on the subway, it's the A or the C. Or coming down Broadway, the 1, 2, or 3. Jump off at the 72nd Street stop. From there, Central Park is just a real short hop through strawberry fields. Head on up to the lake where 1,000 New Yorkers are taking a break. Come on along, I'll see you on Sunday. Come by yourself, or bring your little honey. Lay down in the shade or hang out where it's sunny. You got it made, cause you don't need any money when the people on the hill are singing in Central Park. Roger Bartlett! Mr. Ron Sunshine. Come on along, I see you on Sunday. Come by yourself, or bring your little honey. Lay down in the shade or hang out where it's sunny. You got it made, cause you don't need any money when the people on the hill are singing in Central Park. Hey, Jeff Van Nostrand! All afternoon, if I don't get arrested, play anything from folk to rock and roll. I've been stomping my foot so long I'm digging a hole. But I'll tell you what I've decided to do. If you keep showing up, then I will too. Come on along, I'll see you on Sunday. Come by yourself, or bring your little honey. Sit down in the shade or hang out where it's sunny. You got it made, cause you don't need any money when the people on the hill are singing in Central Park. Dodger, take it again. I used to go against the wind, but that's no way to fly. Flapping my wings, I get no place, no matter how hard I try. But when I just give in and go to where the blowing breeze has planned, you know I find a better place wherever I might land. Some people fly in circles, crying life is so unfair. Convinced that if they're over here, all the good stuff must be over there. Not me, I know there's a vein of gold right where I stand, and I find that if I look wherever I might land. I was always told, and now I finally found, that when I leap and it appears before I hit the ground, I don't spend one day looking back with regret, cause each bridge I burned led to a place that I just as soon forget. Yeah, it was on people look back at their glory days, so much it makes them cry. And some look ahead with fear and dread to things they'll probably never try. Not me, bring it on, cause I can handle at hand. Whenever I get to wherever I might land. Look at where I landed in this room with you tonight. No matter what's going on out there, I know it's gonna be alright. Cause though it took some time to know, I finally understand that I'm gonna find love wherever I might land. Wherever I might land. Wherever I might land. Wherever I might land. It's dark and it's lonely, and you feel like you're the only one who's felt this desperation, like your own brand of the blues. It's hell when you're in there, I can tell you cause I've been there, and I've known the same frustration. But I've got some real good news. You feel like you fell in a well of hopelessness and fear. So why the hell would I jump in and join you way down here? 'Cause there's a way out of here, though you don't believe that's true. But years ago, a friend showed me just like I'm showing you. You can sit here in the darkness till you think that you're okay. But then it's time to move, 'cause I'm not making plans to stay. There's a way. Think no one understands you. You're so convinced life hands you one bad break after another and keeps you on the floor. But now you've got the choice to keep on listening to those voices, or maybe listen to a brother who's been down here before. We can sit and curse the darkness, but the darkness stays the same. Or get off your ass and we'll go out the same way that I came. 'Cause there's a way out of here, though you don't believe that's true. But years ago, a friend showed me just like I'm showing you. It's hard to see what's possible when you feel this way. But things look so much clearer standing in the light of day. There's a way. Here, but it's gonna be up to you to show someone else that exit door just like I'm showing you. You can sit and curse the darkness, but the darkness stays the same. Or get off your ass and we'll go out the same way that I came. 'Cause there's a way.
Hi, guys. I haven't gotten a chance. I didn't have a chance to look in the chat room yet because I was, again, just kind of scrambling around doing some last-minute things before firing up the stream and actually hitting the studio button. But I did see that Mike is here. Hey, Mike, and Allie and Judy and all of you guys. And Brandon. Hey, Brandon, man. Thanks so much for showing up today. Today's going to be a really good hang. I feel it. And I don't care how many people are hanging out with us right now. Oh, did anybody go over to Facebook? And can somebody talk that woman down from the ledge? There's a woman named Carol. And it sounded, this week on Facebook, it sounded like she really wanted to hang with you guys. But she's, I think, like a lot of people, a little confused about how to actually get here. If Carol's here already, welcome to this YouTube chat. This is the chat that I can see your requests and I can see your comments, and I really feel like I'm hanging out with you. If Hector is over at Facebook, which he usually is, he's a fellow singer-songwriter, and he likes to hang out in Facebook, and so I have appointed him the mayor of the Facebook comments section. So Hector, if you can help anybody make the jump from Facebook to YouTube, that'd be great, brother. And if you got something to say that you want me to hear or see, you gotta jump over to YouTube. You know that. Let me do this. Let me just start hanging out with you guys this way, and we'll wait and see how many people hang out with us. Oh, by the way, hi, Art. And Art, thanks again so much for jumping in with those songs. Sounds like you got a couple of new fans, and that's cool. Because truthfully, I like, and my other fellow artists know this about me. I love being the guy, I get a kick out of being the guy, but I get a bigger kick out of being the guy who gets to do it for the other guys. I truly mean that. We'll get into that a little bit more, but I hope that we'll have to, Art, you and I will have to talk about making you the official musical guest on maybe this Saturday. Let me start the gig this way, because if you're anything like me, and I think a lot of you are, I'm not going to play this whole song. I have a little apology that I want to share with you guys. And so this little musical might be a musical way to get into the apology. Like the arrow of time, progress only moves one way. Forward. Its unstoppable direction. But after what we've seen the last 4 years, it's safe to say that half this country could use a course correction. But we're gonna be okay. The darkness never ever comes to stay. And dreamers like me keep trying to find our way, and we hope they feel like joining us someday. Last weekend, you guys know I had a technologically challenged weekend in so many ways. It was a train wreck. It was just like a giant bumblefuck. On Saturday, the hardware just quit. The jack in the camera just stopped working. It's a physical thing that happens, right? And so Brandon and I were scrambling, and Dean was on. We were looking at the software, we were looking at the settings, we were looking. It turns out the camera was shot. So we went ahead and just did our Zoom thing, just bare bones, guitar, laptop, that was it, right? No videos, no. And I had such a gig planned for you guys. I know you know that because I wouldn't shut up about it. And then the next day, I thought I'll share this with you. Let's do a makeup show, and I'll share all the things that I wanted to share with you the day before. But I forgot it was not a Zoom hang, and so YouTube shut us down for copyright violations right in the middle of the show, right in the middle of the hang. And so we scrambled, and most of you made it back, and it was wonderful. But Dean, being the friend and brother that he is, happens to be an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker and has a couple of high-definition cameras laying around, you know. And so this is the second loaner that I'm working with. I'm going to get a proper camera for this studio this week. I'm just going to raise a few more bucks, and I'm going to get a good camera for this. But Dean also supplied me with a program and a little converter that will change VHS magnetic tape and digitize it. So everything that I've had, Merkin concert halls, concerts, old TV commercials I've done, soap operas when I thought I wanted to be an actor, all that crazy shit is all on VHS tape. There's boxes of these tapes. Musicals that I did out in the Midwest and up in Boston, and so that's going to be a lot of fun that I can share that with you. But the first thing I wanted to share with you guys was a day with a guitar on my shoulder that changed my life. And I'm going to get into that a little bit, but when I was working on turning those files into something that I could share with you today, I realized that I owe you an apology. Because that day back in 2001, 5 days, 4.5 days after September 11, I went to Central Park not to be sad, although I was, not to be angry, although I was, not to make statements because I didn't know what was going on like anybody else, but I just went to do what I do. And part of that, and I've said this for years, part of my job is to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. Well, there's a fine line between, railing against Trump supporters, disturbing the comfortable, and comforting the disturbed, comforting people who need comfort. And in the past, since the pandemic hit, I think I've let my own pain and my own challenges get in the way of what I'm supposed to do. A little bit. So now that the election is over, it is over, I'm going to lean more toward doing what I'm supposed to do, giving us something fun to do. We all know what's going on, and we'll pay attention. But I'm sorry. I promise, starting today, the needle is going to swing more away from David's anger and David's sadness and swing more towards what's going to make somebody else smile. So I'm just going to rewind the whole tape, and starting right now, I'm going to start with the first song that I ever played in Central Park when I became that guitar man from Central Park in 1992, because it made me feel safe. It gave me comfort. And for 29 years, this was the first song I played in Central Park every single time I ever went there. So let's just start the gig. Let's start our lives. Let's start this day over. Well, there is a young cowboy who lives on the range. His horse and his cattle, they're his only companions. He works in the saddle and he sleeps in the canyon, just waiting for summer, his pastures to change. And as the moon rises, he sits by his fire, just thinking about women and glasses of beer, and closing his eyes as the doggies retire. He sings out a song which is soft but it's clear, just as if maybe someone could hear. He sings, "Good night, you moonlight ladies, and rock-a-bye, sweet baby James. Deep greens and blues, oh, the colors I choose, and won't you let me go down in my dreams? Yes, and rock-a-bye, sweet baby James." Now the 1st of December was covered with snow. Yes, and so was the turnpike from Stockbridge to Boston, though the Berkshires seemed dreamlike on account of that frosting, with 10 miles behind me and 10,000 more to go. You should know. There's a song that they sing when they take to the highway, a song that they'll sing when they take to the sea, a song that they'll sing of their home in the sky. And maybe you can believe that if it helps you to sleep. It's just that singing seems to work fine for me. Lucky man. So good night, all you moonlight ladies, and rock-a-bye, sweet baby James. Deep greens and blues are the colors I choose, and won't you let me go down in my dreams? Oh, it's time to rock-a-bye, old sweet baby James. And I've always believed that if you apologize sincerely, then that's good. So I won't apologize for that again. But let's do this. Let me put my glasses on. Hi, Edie. Yes, we'll get to that definitely because you have to leave early. Hi, Nancy. All of you guys. Mike, how you doing, man? Mike, you're going to show up, by the way, in some of this old video that I'm going to share today that I converted. because I do want to share that remarkable day, especially for guys like, well, Brandon and a lot of people. Hey, Bob. Somebody can explain to Bob what I apologized for, but because we'll move on now. But it's sincere and I mean every word. So, and I do want to share the thing that got me there was that day. Now I don't want to be. I'm not one of those guys like you see on Facebook or you see who for them high school was like the best time of their life and they really peaked in high school. And so sometimes they talk about, the big basketball game as if it was yesterday. And so I don't want to ever slip back into that where I talk about that day 5 days after 9/11. But it was such an impactful day for me. And there was only one woman. She was a little bit, she had problems. I hope she's okay. I wonder where she is now. But she was a little loony. But she was the only woman there that day with a video camera. So when I share this video with you, you'll see she was being artistic. She was shooting the sky. She was shooting grass. But she's the only person. Because of her, there's a record of what I've been telling you guys about and showing you guys still photos of. There is a record, and I can share that with you today. And it's kind of fun because you'll see some of us, they see me without a strand of gray hair. And I wasn't in particularly good shape. That was a time in my life where I was getting a little lazy for a little bit. But you'll see a bunch of us on the hill who are still hanging out here. But Mike, you're in some of the video. So anyway, let's do this. Let's just, let me play our song when everybody in the chat room just tells us where you are, where your hometown is, where you live now. If you're watching at a laptop, if you're watching at a computer, if you're in your home, if you're on a boat, if you're in an airplane. We've had that happen before. But wherever you are right now, I'm going to do this song. Let everybody in the chat room know where you are. It's kind of our welcome song. Hi, Robert Lewis. Oh, and I saw that Valerie brought somebody named Craig. How you doing, Craig? And anybody that's watching on Facebook, make the jump over to YouTube. Jump during this song so that we can see you. Emmett's on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Eileen is on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Brandon is in Detroit, Michigan. Ain't no use to keep taking abuse when the news is so unkind. You can hang out with me and some friends that you need who will help you through this troubled time. Reach on out, show up online, let us know that you're ready to go. There ain't no dues and you can leave your blues behind. Let's have a little peace of mind. Peace, yeah, peace of mind. Yeah. Angelique is in the Netherlands. Dean's on the east side of Manhattan. How does it look, brother? Look okay? There comes a time you just might find your heart is sinking like a stone. You don't have to pretend that you're not missing your friends and you're starting to feel alone. Just make no mistake, for your very own sake, here's a little thought for now. Kick off your shoes, let your thoughts be kind. Let's have a little peace of mind. Yeah. Peace, yeah, peace of mind. us feel better. Some folks you find speak a mighty good line, they'll charm you all the way, and take you along on a sweet, sweet song and steal your heart away. But blessed be the one who can understand why people have to act that way. 'Cause if I knew, I wouldn't want to say, just give us all peace, a little peace of mind. Yeah. Peace of mind. All we need is peace, a little peace of mind. All we really want is some peace. Willie is up in Maine. We got people in Phoenix, Arizona, Goodyear. We got people in, oh, hi, Suzanne. Angela's here in Vancouver, Washington. Hi, Angela. Angela had a challenging week in a lot of ways, and I'm glad you're here, darling, and seriously. You guys can explain to anybody else. You know what? Before I get into some of the old video footage, I will offer that apology one last time for anybody that missed it. I really felt like I needed to apologize, and so then we'll move on, and I'll never mention it again. All right? But Edie said she has to get out of here after the first hour, and she asked for a song. And since I just did Peace of Mind, fitting to play this song. I didn't write this one, but you will know it from the introduction, from the riff going in. And actually, I just went like this. I wonder if Karen already got it. But what we do here, if you're a newcomer, is that instead of singing along like we do in Central Park, we chat along. So if there's a line in a song that just speaks to your heart, sing out loud, no matter where you are. Sing out loud and know that there are people in the Netherlands and the UK and Florida and Maine and Detroit. Karen got it. Everybody right now is singing with you, even if you're all by yourself in your room right now. People are singing with you all across the country. So sing with me, but then chat the line that speaks to you. Edie asked for this one. I've been happy lately, thinking about the good things to come, and I believe it could be something good has begun. I've been smiling lately, dreaming about the world as one, and I believe it could be someday it's going to come. 'Cause out on the edge of darkness, there rides the peace train. Peace train, take this country, come take us home again. Oh, I've been happy lately, thinking about the good things to come. Believe it could be something good has begun. A peace train sounding louder. Let's ride on the peace train. Ooh-ah, ee-ah, ooh-ah. Come on, the peace train. Peace train, holy roll. Everyone jump up on the peace train. Ooh-ah, ee-ah, ooh-ah. Come on, the peace train. Pack your bags together, come bring your good friends too, 'cause it's getting nearer, soon it will be with you. Come and join the living, it's not so far from you, and it's getting nearer, soon it will all be true. been crying lately, thinking about the world as it is. Why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? 'Cause out on the edge of darkness, there rides the peace train. Peace train, take this country, come take us home again. A peace train sounding louder, let's ride on the peace train. Ooh-wah, ee-ah-ooh-wah, come on the peace train. Peace train, holy roller, everyone jump up on the peace train. Ooh-wah, ee-ah-ooh-wah, come on the peace train. Ooh-wah, ee-ah-ooh-wah, is this the peace train? One of the reasons, looking at these old videos, in particular, the first one I wanted to get to was that amazing day that bumped my life into a different direction as an artist. Guys like Art, who does pretty much, like what I do, and Hector, you guys that write songs, you guys will get the reason why that day gave me a new sense of purpose. In the video, you'll see Sid Bernstein, the man who brought the Beatles to America. He was there every week from about 1998, 99. So Sid and I were friends by then. You might miss him because there are probably a few thousand people at one time that kind of crowded into that little beautiful little spot in Central Park. But it was good to be reminded that my job is not to share my pain with you, but to acknowledge that I feel it too, and then help somebody find a smile. And that day I was able to do that. And that's why it changed my life. And years later, when I was writing a musical called Possibility Junkie, I had asked Sid, because I have a character in the play who is an older black man, nothing like Sidney Bernstein, but the character was named Bern, Carlton Burns, but they called him Bern as a nod to my friend Sid. And the character needed to say how he got to be in his 80s in America and still have hope. And so what I did was, to develop the character honestly as a playwright, I asked my friend Sid. And I said, Sid, he was born in 1918 or 1917. He saw World War II. He saw 2 atomic bombs dropped on civilian cities. He saw us get lied into Vietnam. He saw people beaten across the country and hung and killed in the name of racial justice in places like Selma and Montgomery. And he lived through Rosa Parks, and he lived through, as a producer and as a man in the entertainment business, he lived through the Red Scare, blacklisting. He lived through authors and writers committing suicide because they couldn't get work, and actors being blacklisted because of their association with Friends, some kind of a political association. This was in America, and he lived through all of this. He lived through, at that point, he'd lived through 9/11. He had lived through oh, God. And I said, Sid, because he was one of the most hopeful, optimistic people I've ever met in my life. We share that, Sid and I. But I said, Sid, where do you get hope from? And his answer knocked my socks off. And I said, Sid, where do you get hope from? And this is what he said.
From you. David, I've always gotten hope from you. From the music. I get it from the people who write the songs. I always have. From John, from Bob, from Jody, Harry, and Pete. And from you, David. You, right there on the hill. It's what you do. It's your purpose. By the way, David, did you ever finish our song? Keep hope alive.
So, by the way, if it's pinned, taped, and crazy glued. When you see this in Central Park, that pin that says "Imagine Peace," that's the one that Sid always wore. That was given to him. John Lennon gave him like 6 of these. And so a few very special people, Frankie got one. Frankie on the hill got one of these from Sid. But this is the one that Sid always wore. And so now it's on my guitar strap, and it will never come off. Let's do that song. Let's all sing it together, okay? And then I'm going to share with you. I wrote this song. And the man I talk about in the song, the possibility junkie just like me, my friend and my brother, in this case is Sid Bernstein. I mean, I've got other friends and brothers. I've got, Dave Konis and my number one brother, Dean, and all of you guys, Sean, so Willie up in Maine, my brother from the north, and my brothers and sisters that are hanging out with me now. So let's sing this song together. I've got a friend who's like a brother, a possibility junkie just like me. You might say we meet one another between what is and what could be. And though our lives are up in the air, still we talk most every day. Another big dream he needs to share, to change this world in some small way. One day like any other day, I get a message on my telephone. 3 words planted a seed. I could help it along or I could leave it alone. Picked up my axe, started strumming, kicked around a melody. I started humming, I picked up a pen, but the words weren't coming. Weeks went by with nothing to show. I was missing the meaning, miscommunicated. Messages, philosophy, overcomplicated. Laughing at the musical mess that I created. Maybe I should let it go. Then a lesson I already learned started rolling round my head. Keep it simple, pass it on, just sing the 3 words the man said. He said, keep hope alive, and sing it loud. woke up today, I just had the need to say, keep hope alive. And I've got a friend who's like a brother, a possibility junkie just like me. No need to say another word if a message is that clear. So keep it simple, pass it on, and maybe one more heart will hear it. Keep hope alive and sing it loud. Keep hope alive, 'cause the best is yet to come, my friends. We'll never lose another day, just as long as we can say, well, keep hope alive. Keep it alive. I'm talking to my friends, my brothers and sisters, possibility junkies just like me. Hi, Allison. Hi, Katie. Hi, Marcy Stewart. Okay. The first video out of the attic. I've already explained to you guys that 5 days after September 11, New York City had gone through, well, you guys know, and it was a very strange week. When the wind would change direction sometimes as far north as 96th Street, you could smell that asbestos thick smoke. It was a nightmare. It was a living nightmare. And for a while, the bridges and tunnels were closed. There was no commercial air traffic overhead. Every so often, an F-16 fighter jet would fly over. But you know, people that had been traveling from other cities, other countries, could not leave New York. The hotels were all filled. People were helping put other people up. It was a remarkable time to be in this town. And but that day, when that weekend rolled around, I didn't know what to do. So I just said, I'm just going to do what I do. And I honestly thought I would be alone. I thought there would be about 25 of us in Central Park, and I would just play for a while and see how the day went. And it became very apparent that every single person who had ever spent a day with me, even an hour with me in Central Park, that weekend suddenly felt like that was where they needed to be, because over the course of the day, there were thousands of us. And there was no CNN, there was no MSNBC, and there was no, certainly Fox News. It was just us. It was just us, and me and the guitar, and all of you. And I didn't go to put on a rally, and I didn't go to put on a memorial, and none of us held little candles and sang, you know, Give Peace a Chance or Amazing Fucking Grace. I just went to do what I do. But, and I've said this before, the woman who got the video, she didn't get this part of it. When I was suddenly looking at all of these faces, and they were looking at me. I wouldn't say that I was looking at faces that were looking at me like they wanted something or needed something. They were just looking, they had looks in their eyes like, what's next? I can't explain it. But that was when everything changed for me as an artist. Because I said, guys, we hadn't mentioned really what was going on downtown, except I said that every dime that winds up in that guitar case today is going to go to a ladder 25 of the New York City Fire Department. My dad was lifelong New York City firefighter. And on 77th Street, those guys who used to drive the truck sometimes, even hang out with us in Central Park, they would park the truck at the top of the hill. And that day they had lost 11 guys, 11 men running into that building when everyone was running out. And so I said, we're going to, screw the 9/11 fund. We'll bypass Tom Hanks and all the rest of them. Every dime in the guitar case goes right to their families. It's not going to help in any way, but it's what we can do. And by the end, that was all we mentioned. It was all I mentioned was that guitar case. Every nickel was going to the fire department, to those families. And it's another story, but at the end of the day, there was more than $7,250 in a busker's guitar case. $7,250 that we just gave to those families. Anyway, but in the middle of the day, I looked out at all these faces, and I hadn't mentioned anything, hadn't made any statements. We were having fun. And it was wild because I would see people laughing, and then right next to them there would be somebody crying. And the whole day was like that. But I did say, guys, if you're anything like me, this whole week you might have found yourself walking down the street, and you get to the corner, and you just start crying. And then you walk to the next corner, and you're suddenly filled with rage. Just rage. And then you walk to the next corner, and you break down and start crying again. And then you walk to the next corner, and you think to yourself, maybe pizza for lunch. I said, that might be the toughest corner, because we don't know how to feel. And I said, guys, this is it. If you don't know how to feel, this is it. We've never done this before. It's a lot like a global pandemic. This is how it feels. We didn't know. So let yourself off the hook. And then when I remember looking to my right and scanning the hill all the way to the left, and as far up toward 72nd Street, I could see people were still coming. And I had written City Song the year before. And so I'm so grateful that crazy lady was there with her video camera. Because now, and my brother Dean could set me up with the technology to be able to digitize it and share it with you guys. Because I've been talking about it for, 20 fucking years. Now you can be there. And some of you, Dave Konis, Sue Hanna, Mike, you were there. Denise, you were there. So let me take you back a little bit.
Man, this is a lot of really cool people. You know what? Last year, and if I meant it last year, I mean it tenfold this year. She's a marriage of extremes. She's a geometric maze. If nights too loud for dreams and 27-hour days. And often when it seems that she's just stumbling in a daze, still she won't slow down. Some say she's uninviting, uncaring and uncouth. Some say that she's cold and long forsaken by her youth. But all these lies about her can't be further from the truth. They don't know my town. I feel the heart that's beating in New York City with the warmth of the people that I've found. They're the kind who love to live and have so much love to give, but are strong enough to turn this world around. And when I need to know the meaning of romance, let me down. See, it's the people that you meet that are the breath and the heartbeat of this great old town. There's nothing like the sparkle of her skyline after dark. Dreamers and adventurers come here to make their mark. And yet in a New York minute, you can be in Central Park where the world stands still. I've done a lot of traveling from Key Biscayne to Nome. There's something about each place to love, no matter where I roam. But I can't wait to get back to her. I call New York my home, and I always will. 'Cause I hear the love songs you're singing in New York City. It's a symphony, it sounds like rock and roll. And in the subways, in the streets, there's a rhythm that beats until it beats up every heart and every soul. 8 million different voices joining in here. All those who've never been here blindly put her down. But I don't care what they think of her, 'cause I live here and I love her, and she's my hometown. You guys are amazing. I don't know how much things come back. I'll see you in about 10 minutes, all right?
And we just stood there, applauding for each other. Oh, I love this town, and I love you guys. And it did. It changed my life. It gave me purpose. One thing that happened that day was that during that break, I said, I'll be back in about 10 minutes because I just needed a good cry. And I was changing some batteries, and a guy came up to me from NBC. And he said, listen, right now, the New York City Marathon is still a go. There's debate whether we should cancel it, but most people involved don't want to. We want to go ahead with the event. So he said, do you think we can use that song in our telecast of the New York City Marathon? And I said, absolutely. Do whatever you want to do with it, go ahead. And he said, well, I'll be back next week then, so you can sign a waiver allowing us to use that song. And I said, you know what, man? And I held up my hand, and he shook my hand, and I said, you got your waiver. That's my waiver. Go ahead, use it. If it helps this city, go ahead, use it. And so I'm not going to play the whole thing, but the first week of November, so it was just less than a month after that horrible day, it was the first attempt at any kind of event in New York City, and they pulled it off. And I watched I watched the telecast and they hadn't used my song, and I was like, oh well, that's that's okay. I was a little disappointed, but I was like, I guess it didn't fit or whatever. And at the end, the sportscaster who was doing this for NBC made his own statement, and let me just share this with you.
Elite runners, as Lady Liberty in the background, just a perfect day all around here at the New York City Marathon. After September 11th, we all wondered what this city would be like. In truth, there were those who wanted to avoid New York, but not the tens of thousands who came from all over the world to run today, not the hundreds of thousands who lined the route to cheer, to watch, to enjoy. In a way, we all sent a message to those who tried to challenge our way of life. The man and woman winners both setting New York City records today. The men's winner, Ethiopian Tesfaye Jafar, blinded in one eye, setting a New York City Marathon record. Injured but unbowed. A fitting metaphor for this city on this very special day. A massive event was staged successfully and most of all peacefully throughout our fabulous city. Nothing could stop us. United, we ran. On behalf of all of those behind the scenes and in front of the camera who made this day so special, we'd like to thank you for watching from New York City. So long, everybody.
She's a marriage of extremes. She's a geometric maze with nights too loud for dreams and 27-hour days. And often when it seems that she's just stumbling in a daze, still she can't slow down. It's a symphony that sounds like rock and roll, and in the subways and the streets there's a rhythm that beats until it heats up every heart and every soul. 8 million different voices joining in here, all those who've never been here blindly put her down. But I don't care what they think of her, 'cause I live here and I love her, and she's my hometown.
So I didn't play the whole thing, but the credits ran for the length of the song, and they played the whole song. They used the live version from Merkin Concert Hall, but I just stood there that day in front of the TV, just crying my eyes out, and I just love being a part of this town. There's a guitar man from Central Park, and I just happen to be it. Let's do this. Because here's a song that I wrote, and one of the coolest things about this song is that there's a woman in California right now, there's a woman in Vancouver, there's a cat in Maine, there's some really, really sweet people in Florida, in North Carolina, all over New York City, in New Jersey. And we all sing this together. You said you woke up feeling frightened, senses heightened, overwhelmed, lost and alone, a little overwrought till you finally thought that you'd drop it all and pick up the phone. And I didn't do nothing but really listen to everything you had to say, till I knew that you'd be okay. The next week it was my turn. I was in a slow burn about something or nothing at all. I don't even remember, but I remember I was hurting, so I gave you a call, and you didn't do nothing but really listen to everything I had to say, till you knew that I'd be okay. It's kind of the idea, right? We take turns being angels for one another, 'cause there's never been a day when we all want stay under the covers. I think we're all just lucky that it works that way. And thank heaven we're not all crazy on the same day. And in the back of a taxi, I heard talk radio, one of those shows people call when they want to know what life's about. A big fat mouth was at a mic, going on and on about who's out to get you if you don't watch out. It's funny, but the phony probably makes a lot of money to create a little panic every day. But I think I found a better way. We take turns being angels for one another, because there's never been a day when we all want to stay under the covers. I think we're all just lucky that it works that way. Thank heaven we're not all crazy on the same day. Willie in Maine. Take turns being angels for one another, because there's never been a day when we all want to stay under the cover. We're just damn lucky that it works that way. Thank heaven we're not all crazy on the same day. On the same day. Crazy, crazy on the same day. Da-dum, 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 dum. Do I see, I usually do see the name, if she is present and accounted for. Is Debbie here? Debbie Baum, is she here today? Because she, oh, Angela, thanks for hanging out. Oh, drive back to work. Is that a loaner car? I'll let you tell the guys later. Try to jump back later. This is going to be a gig where I'll probably be here if you can rejoin us. But thanks for hanging out. I love that no matter who's leaving, our brother Mike always says, be safe, Angela. Be safe, Edie. I'm glad you guys are getting to know each other without ever having met. That's just fucking amazing. But I don't see Debbie here. She does. She's the one, when I ask on Facebook, what songs do you want to hear? She comes up with the most requests, and very often isn't here. But that's okay, because she made a request, and I feel like doing this song anyway. Because I do have a little piece of, I think, good feeling to share with you guys about the nightmare that is going on in Washington. There are several different ways to look at the circumstances in Washington, D.C. with these disgraceful, horrible people. One of them, though, is a feel-good scenario, and I'm going to share that with you in a little bit. But first, let's do this. Oh, Brandon's got to get out of here. All right, Brandon, thanks so much, brother. Thank you so much for, being that calm voice last weekend in the middle of the technical forest fire. Well, I'll see you Saturday, right? Remember, say bye, Brandon. And there's Mike. Be safe, Brandon. got a video to share that one of you guys jumped in on, and it's just fun. And we got 2 requests. Oh, by the way, David Schwartz isn't here either, right? And he's another one. He asked for all these. He's the one that comes up with the celebrity birthdays all the time. David Schwartz, are you here? I don't think he's here either. But anyway, this is a Debbie Baum request, but sing it with me, all right? When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. When the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer, let it be. Though they may be parted, there is still a chance that they will see. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. When the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Shine until tomorrow, let it be. I wake up to the sound of music. Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Oh, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. All right, anybody want to fill Quentin on what he missed so far? You just missed, anybody that's showing up now just missed a classic video from the attic. But I want to share one of the newer ones that we got, when I put on Facebook, what do you guys want to hear? You come up with the best songs. And this guy, David Schwartz, who isn't here, asked for no, actually, the opposite. The opposite. I apologized for my ranting, and not doing my job the way I was supposed to do it. Sometimes, since this pandemic started, and even for the past 4 years, but you know, we learn, and I learn. I'm going to do my job better. But this guy, David Schwartz, asked for 2 songs and Billy Joel songs, and he said, could you do one or both of them? And I thought, well, shit, you know, one of them I only did like twice in my life, and I did them here because somebody suggested it, and I hadn't thought about the song in a long time. In fact, my buddy Bob Bard in Arizona had never heard this Billy Joel song, but this guy David Schwartz just asked for both of these Billy Joel songs, and he said, "Can you play one or both?" And I said, "Well, fuck it. Let me play the video that Jake and I did together." So here we go. Oh wait, David says it's in F, and you transpose this to D. So, and I see David Schwartz is here. Hey, David, how's it going? Did you just get here? Oh wait, David says it's in F, and you transpose this to D. So he's D, E, F. He's 2 whole steps higher than me. Oh my God. Wow. So he's up here. They say that these are not the best of times, but they're the only times I'll ever know. And I suppose... Okay. Well, that's that. We're doing it in D. The best of times, but they're the only times I'll ever know. And I believe there is a time for meditation in cathedrals of our own. Now I have seen that sad surrender in my lover's eyes. I can only stand apart and sympathize. What our situations hand us, it's either sadness or euphoria. So we'll argue and we'll compromise and realize that nothing's ever changed. Our separate conclusions are the same. Now we are forced to recognize our inhumanity. A reason coexists with our insanity. And though we choose between reality and madness, it's either sadness or euphoria. Of our lives with our respected similarities, it's either sadness or euphoria. We'll see how that comes out. And you know what? If it sucks, we'll do it again. And yes, there are Trump's going to prison songs, and yes, there are songs about Trump followers. We've been singing them for 4 years. And all right, I tell you what. Let's all do one song that in fact, maybe I'll show the video, or we'll all do it together. But let's because we do pay attention to what's going on. Today just happens to be one of those shows one of those hangs that I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows is that for the past 4 years, not the past 4 years, really since the onset of the pandemic, sometimes I lean a little bit too much to expressing my own anger, disgust, and sadness, and really not doing the part of my job that's supposed to lift some spirit, including my own. But we do pay attention to what's going on. So let's all do this song together. And then I've got that second Billy Joel song. Oh, and yeah, that's right. David had said it was Neil Young's 75th birthday tomorrow, so we'll do some Neil Young, too. But what the guy that just asked for, or the woman who just asked for Trump's Going to Prison songs, is this your first time here? Because we do this every week, and for the past 4 years, I've been able to promise that there are sweet people here. 45 lies. Is that all of the sweet people here right now are right as I'm looking, California, Maine, Florida, Detroit, Chicago, North Carolina, where else? New Jersey, Vancouver, Washington, the Netherlands, the UK, Spain. So for the past 4 years, I've been able to say there is not one Trump supporter ever in our chat room, and we've had as many as 300 people in here. And the reason that they're not here is because they wouldn't have a fucking good time anyway, because we sing about the truth here. And the truth is that if you happen to be a Trump supporter, you are a disgraceful failure of a human being. That's all there is to it. But we can do this, because today I wanted to make this a more feel-good show for all of us, hang for all of us. So chat this with the video. Let me share the concert video, and then I'm going to do that other Billy Joel song. But this is the song that we all sang together, designed to get his offspring and his little cabal of people out the fuck of our house.
Okay, do you guys want to be in a video? Yeah! I'm waiting for the one guy to get up. No. All right, hey, Ted, can we get the house lights up like a half again? It's a little reggae thing I wrote. I should be writing reggae.
But I really do. Let's get this everywhere, okay? Because it's time. If we've had enough, then we'll just have fun with it. You start it.
A long time ago, people got together and built a house. Through fair and stormy weather, there stands this house. Something very special about the place, I guess. A lot of people want to make it their address, but the people must say yes, 'cause it's their house. We are the people and it's ours to keep. It's our house. You and me even get to say who's sleep inside our house. Feelings in the air and it's getting strong. The man that's there, he don't belong. Now it's up to people who know right from wrong to sing this song. And we sing, hey, 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 get out of our house. Sing it. Hey, 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 get out of our house. That's the idea. Even though we spend so little time inside our house, most of us think it's a crime. He's in our house. His friends and his whole family can tell a lie so comfortably. So now it's up to you and me to help them see we're onto them. Hey, 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 get out of our house. Sing it, you guys. Hey, 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 get out of our house.
Teresa, George, you got something you want to add?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, get the heck out of our house.
Now the people got to save the world and take back our house. Now the people got to save the world and take back our house.
So few said this man could be inside our house. He brings no class, no dignity inside our house. Looking out for himself is his only aim. Should hide that face, but he's got no shame. His daughter, his sons, they're all the same. So we proclaim
To all of them,
hey, 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 get out of our house. Sing it. Hey, 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 get out of our house. You guys. Hey, hey,
got to save the world.
get out of our house. Sing it again. Hey, hey,
Got to save the world.
get out. Not enough they can hear you in D.C. Hey, hey,
Got to save the world.
get out of our house. One more time. Hey, hey,
Got to save the world.
get out of our house.
All right, tell you what, before we get to that Billy Joel song, let's do all together, let's get it out of our systems, and then, and we'll do this just for any newcomers that are here, just so they get the feeling of who's in the chat room with you. Whenever, for the past, oh my God, 5-6 years, whenever somebody on Facebook sends me a friend request and I have to go look at their page to see what kind of a human being they are, and if they would actually be a friend, you know, in real life, my favorite button has become, and for most of us, our favorite button some days is the delete request button. So let's do this one more. And if it's, when we run into a Trump follower, I'm not calling them supporters anymore. They're followers. They are, it is the cult of personality. It's the cult of disgrace. It's shameful. But again, today, we're going to do this song because this is what we do with our finger. And when I go like that and I click the mouse, you guys show any newcomers what we do when a Trump follower shows up. Hey, Mimi. I know, Dean, you know what? I'm going to talk about the concert in a second. How How lucky am I? See that guy, Dean Love Films? It's a guy I consider my brother, and for the past, I don't know how many years, Dean, how many years? He and his crew will shoot my concerts, our concerts, at Merkin Concert Hall and the Thalia and everywhere else. And sometimes his lovely lady is employed, is recruited to operate a camera. Sometimes Duval is behind the camera. Mike Bros, all these guys, they just jump in. He's an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker, and he's shooting our gigs. This is the coolest thing. All right, let's do this song. I wouldn't say that I'm a Facebook guy, but doing what I do, I won't deny. I got a Facebook page like everybody else I see. Now every single day, a dozen requests come my way from strangers who wanna be friends with me. Nobody needs 5,000 friends. There's a button, so it depends. To take a minute to take a little look at that fool's timeline. When I think about the things that matter most to me, I can tell by the things they post if he or she would ever be a friend of mine. If they are a member of the NRA, I couldn't care less what they have to say. If they think it's un-American for someone to take a knee, if they want me to pray and type amen, if they want to make America great again, what would ever make them think they'd ever want to be friends with me? Delete request. You guys on the mouse. Delete request. It's easy enough for me to gauge who you are when I visit your Facebook page. It's all right there, so I can figure pretty quick. If you see very fine people in a Nazi crowd, or shooting an elephant makes you proud, well, there's no doubt which button I'm bound to click. Somebody said, hey, listen, dude, it's that tribal attitude that's keeping you from hearing what the other guy has to say. Or you might think it's a fancy algorithm that's keeping me from having a conversation with him, but I know what I'm doing, I just don't want to ruin my day. If you post sexist, racist jokes, if you think climate change is a left-wing hoax, if you think that a hurricane is a holy sign, if you want your God in my public schools, if you want to build a wall like a lot of damn fools, what would ever make you think it'd be a friend of mine? Yeah, if you are a member of the NRA, I couldn't give a fuck what you have to say. If you think it's un-American for some of us to take a knee, if you want me to pray and type amen, if you want to make America great again, what would ever make you think you'd ever want to be friends with me? Delete request. Delete request. Delete request. Big finish. Bye-bye now. All those people clicking delete request. Isn't that cool? They're clicking in the Netherlands. Bye-bye now. Right, Denise? All right, let me do that Billy Joel song. And then I got to show you the lesson that I learned from sharing that archived video from September 16th, 2001, and the reason it brought up this intense feeling that I wasn't doing my job well some days. that I could do my job better. And it was because that day, yeah, I did City Song, and yes, we all shed tears together, and we all stood and applauded for each other. And there were people from all over the country and all over the world that were stuck in New York that whole week after September 11. They couldn't fly out. It was a very strange time. But my job that day was instinctively present with me. And I'm going to show you why I realized that I can rant and I can share my disgust and my pain and my anger with you guys, but it's just as important and maybe more important to make sure that somebody in this chat room is smiling a little bit more than they were when they got here. So let's do a Billy Joel song. Oh, I already did that with Jake. Let's do this one. Well, it's a rainy night in Paris, and I'm sitting by the Seine. It's a pleasure to be soaking in the European rain. Now my belly's full of fancy food and wine. Oh, but in the morning there'll be hell to pay somewhere along the line. In the morning there'll be hell to pay somewhere along the line. Sweet Virginia cigarette burning in my hand. Well, you used to be a friend of mine, but now I understand. You've been eating up inside me for some time. Oh, and I know you're gonna get me somewhere along the line. Yeah, I know you're gonna get me somewhere along the line. Somewhere along the line. Well, I know it's just a matter of time when the fun falls through and the rent comes due somewhere along the line. Oh, well, you know I love my woman and I would not let her down. And I did my share of loving when I used to get around. Now I'm satisfied and she is looking fine. You pay for satisfaction somewhere along the line. You pay for your satisfaction somewhere along the line. Somewhere along the line. Well, I know it's just a matter of time when the fun falls through and the rent comes due somewhere along the line. Oh, well, it's good to be a young man and to live the way you please. Yes, a young man is the king of every kingdom that he sees. There's an old and feeble man not far behind. Oh, and he surely will catch up to him somewhere along the line. Yeah, you know it's gonna catch up to him somewhere along the line. Well, I know he's gonna catch up to me somewhere along the line. Can I try something? Oh, you know what? Let me share this. That day in Central Park, it's amazing the power that a wooden box strung with silver wire, that's all it is. It's just a hollow wooden box strung with silver wire. But the power, what did Woody Guthrie said? It was a machine that destroyed fascists? Or did Pete Seeger have that on his banjo? I can't remember. But it also can make 1,000 people whistle. And 5 days after September 11, I did Dock of the Bay by Otis Redding. And at the end of that song, I always invite people to, they just sing the whole song, but it's that. And sure enough, 1,000 people did it. So I got nuts and asked everybody to snap their fingers. And I just want to share this with you because, again, remember, this is New York City. This is the heart of New York City. 5 days after September 11, when you're sitting next to people who are weeping and you've got your arm around them, and then you're sitting next to somebody else who is trying to make you smile. And it was just a remarkable thing. But check this out. This was in the video that, thanks to Dean, I can now share with you guys.
This is perfect. Everybody go like this. This is so cool. I gotta ask you, who's here? Who's visiting here from another country? Anybody visiting from another country? Where are you from? Where? Canada? Anybody? Where are you from? Australia? Do you know what that was we just did? No? That's when you go back to Australia, tell them you were here. That's a folk tradition that we do here. We do that every September 16th. It's Opie Day. So every Opie Day, we get together and we whistle that tune. Let's do this. It's not Opie Day. That's from a TV show.
That might have been the invention of Opie Day. I don't remember if we had done that before. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm sitting here. It's because Pretty Denise asked for a song that what I did was, now some people hated this song and hated this video. I happen to love both. And I thought, you know what? Let me create a backing track. I don't do that a whole lot. I'm not a cruise ship kind of, artist, like musician. I don't do, like, when I'm in the park, you see, it's just me and the guitar and you, right? But for a couple of songs, when we started doing this during the pandemic, I thought, you know what? Let me just create a couple of backing tracks for a few songs that I can't do otherwise. Like Come Together by the Beatles. If you don't have a drummer going, then and you got that bass line, you can't do the song. So I created that for Come Together, right? And then I thought, I loved the video so much that I would create a backing track and do this song. And on Facebook yesterday, when I asked, what songs do you guys want to hear? And Denise asked for this song. And so I said, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to slide the chair over, and we'll do this. Hope this works. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Stand in the place where you live. Now face or think about direction. Wonder why you haven't. Now stand in the place where you work. Now face west. Think about the place where you live. Wonder why you haven't. If you are confused, check with the sun. Carry a compass to help you along. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Your head is there to move you around. So stand in the place where you live. Now face north, think about direction. Wonder why you haven't. Now stand in the place where you work. Now face west, think about the place where you live. Wonder why you haven't. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Your head is there to move you around. If wishes were trees, the trees would be falling. Listen to reason, season is calling. Stand in the place where you live. Now face north, think about direction. Wonder why you haven't. Now stand in the place where you work. Now face west, think about the place where you live. Wonder why you haven't. If wishes were trees, the trees would be falling. Listen to reason, season is calling. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Your head is there to move you around. Now stand. Now face north, think about direction. Wonder why you haven't. Now stand. Now face west, think about the wonder why you haven't. Stand in the place where you live. Now face north, think about direction, wonder why you haven't. Now stand in the place where you work. Now face west, think about direction, wonder why you haven't. Stand in the place where you live. Stand in the place where you are. Stand in the place where you are. Stand in the place where you are. Stand. I'm sorry. That's just fun. Let me do while I'm sitting here. While I'm sitting here, let me do a Neil Young song because David Schwartz from New Jersey told us that. Oh, let me move over. Hang on a second. Got to get Phoenix back in the shot here. Yes, I named my house plants. And Allie, Mama Allie knows why this plant is named Phoenix. Phoenix was a stick that I stuck in the dirt and came back to life. That was fun, though, right? I'm sorry. I just stand in the place where you live. Honestly, how many people like REM, but couldn't stand that video or that song? Did anybody really hate that song? Because my experience online has been that when I did that song, people either like, oh, David, don't do that. Or were like, that was great. There's no in between. They either hate that song or they love that song. They hate that video or they love that video. And I always loved that video. Anybody, does anybody want to answer Fat Eddie? Fat Eddie 100? Yes. Eddie, every guitar I've ever owned has had a name. And Bob says, I loved it if you're keeping score. Yes, this is Jane. And there's always a way that the guitar gets a name, that's for another day. But yes, this is Jane. The guitar that you see me playing in Central Park is named Aubrey, A-U-B, as in boy, A-U-B-R-E-Y, Aubrey. That's the axe that I play in Central Park. But there's been a Sarah. There's been a Hattie. But yeah, this is Jane. Jane's relatively new, right? Jane's only been around a little while. But she's pretty, right? No, it's just Jane, Bob. It's just J-A-N-E, Jane. And there's a story. There's a story about every fucking thing in my life. Actually, in this house, there are. Let's see. This is Phoenix. Over there is Eloise and Lazarus. In the other room, there's Spike and Blanche and Bob. Hey, Bard! I have a houseplant named Bob. He's a jade. And who else? Oh, and Stretch. Stretch is in the kitchen. Stretch is an orchid. And that's it. Oh, no, and there's a plastic. I actually have one plastic, like kind of artificial plant, and so I named that one Ivanka. No, Spike is he's not a cactus. I don't know what the hell I don't know what any of these plants are. I'm not a horticulturist, and I have almost no interest in plants. They just seem to like me. And next week I'll show you the story about Phoenix over here. Because I took a picture. Oh, let's do this. Neil Young song. See, somebody had asked for. I think it was David again. Said, can you play like Ohio, or one of Neil's angrier songs with a social conscience. And I thought for today, we pay attention. Hell, fuck, I'm the guy that wrote Disgraceful. And, but not today. Today I'm gonna do this song by Neil Young. Happy birthday, Neil. Comes a time when you're drifting, comes a time when you settle down. Doesn't feel right there. Let's move it up. Comes a time when you're drifting, comes a time when you settle down. Comes a light, spirits lifting, lift that baby right up off the ground. Oh, this whole world keeps spinning round. It's a wonder tall trees ain't laying down. There comes a time you and I, we were captured. We took our souls and we flew away. We were right when we were giving. That's how we kept what we gave away. Oh, this whole world keeps spinning round. It's a wonder tall trees ain't laying down. There comes a time, there comes a time, comes a time. You know what? Let me do this for any of you newcomers. Dean was talking about missing Merkin Concert Hall this year, and believe me, there's nobody in this town, there's nobody in New York who's going to miss that gig more than me. But we're going to do something really special. On December 5th, that's a Saturday, we're going to do our Something Annual year-end concert, but we're going to do it live online. And we're not going to do it at Merkin Concert Hall because we don't need 500 seats. We don't need a 500-seat venue, which we always fill up with just incredible people. And every year it just feels like a big living room, and you guys all know each other. And we sing and we dance in the aisles, and it's, Laurie's young man there, Jan, is always one of the first people to pop up in the aisle, and that usually gets everybody dancing. And so But we're not going to do Merkin Concert Hall this year. We're going to do the Something Annual Year-End Concert, but we're going to do it at a little off-Broadway theater called the Triad. And it's a smaller stage. It, of course, will be empty because it's not open because of the pandemic. So, but they have the capability with 9 robotic cameras trained on that little tiny house to stream in HD. And that's John Furshban over there in the lower right. He and with the help of Dean, because Dean knows what this gig is, and John's never seen one. So we're going to stream this thing. And so if anybody wants to actually post, go to my website if you feel like getting tickets, like right now. Or somebody can post the link in the chat. After, this way. After the gig, we're going to have an after party, and that's going to be as much fun as the gig. So you can watch the concert for $50, which it sounds expensive, but if there's 2 of you in front of the thing, it's $25 a piece. So have 4 people in the room with you. It's a $25 ticket, right? Not even, right? $12. So that's going to be for the concert. And then if you want to hang out for the after party, it's $100. And what we're going to do is we'll do the concert, then we'll break down for like 3 minutes, and then we'll just move everything into the house, and we're going to send out to a diner and just get some, some burgers, some salad, whatever. I don't know. For me, a gallon of iced coffee. And then we're going to have an after party where we can actually chat with you guys. It's going to be a Zoom after party. So that's going to be a blast. So anyway, so that's the plan for the year-end concert, all right? If I'm going to start promoting it, I think in about a week, because advanced sales don't exist anymore. They haven't really for a long time, but especially for something online. So I'm going to really start pushing this thing in about a week. And hopefully you guys will help, because as far as this online shit, I'm kind of clueless. I really am. It looks like I know what I'm doing with all this stuff, but believe me, I've been taught by people who do know what they're doing every step of the way. So I'm going to need you guys to bring your friends along and to get people to watch this concert, to hang out with us. And tell them how much fun we have. Oh, and listen, if you're watching this for the first time and you want to hang out with us, like kind of in person, on Saturdays, every weekend, we do this with the same technology so that the audio and the video is just this good. But Brandon figured out a way to use this technology, this OBS technology, and stream it to Zoom so that you guys who are hanging out right now can see each other and hear each other. And sometimes we sing together. And when we do delete request and we do the click, we all click together. So anyway, that's every Saturday. So if you want to be a part of that, go to my website. Go to thatguitarman.com. See, this is the one in the middle, thatguitarman.com. Go there, and you'll see a thing about joining Patreon. So just join Patreon for $5 a month. $5 a month comes out to what? $2.50 a gig. So do that, or you can join for $100 a month, and that's $25 a week. That's kind of cool. But then every single week you get to hang out with us. All right. So that's all right. That's the commercial for today. Oh, you know what? Before I do a song that Karen asked for, let me talk about missing Merkin Concert Hall, and we need a laugh, and we need to laugh at Trump and his followers at their expense because they are silly, ignorant people and that's being kind. But my friend George, who in this particular photo, by the way, he is an artistic master. He just is. He's such a fine songwriter and one of the funniest men I've ever met. And you know what? Humor, for me, is a genuine indicator of intelligence. It just is. Have you ever, I know he's a malignant narcissist, but have you ever, it's a rhetorical question, heard Donald J. Trump laughing? Have you ever seen or heard video of Donald J. Trump laughing? You haven't. You haven't. You've never heard him actually say something funny. Unless his attempt at humor is always an insult. It's always rank. It's always cutting somebody down. And it's not funny. And it's not clever. He thinks it's clever, but he has no sense of humor. None. He doesn't get the joke. And he's married to a woman whose facial expression, to me, people always wonder, what is that look on her face? She looks like she didn't get the joke. 24 hours a day, she looks like she just didn't get the joke. But to me, humor is an indicator of intelligence. And George, well, let me just share this with you. This is a Merkin Concert Hall moment.
Off we go into the wild world yonder flying.
At this point in the show, here's another tradition. A man who's probably a finer songwriter than I will ever be, and a little bit damaged. George Wurzbach always comes with something new, and I got to tell you something. I have not heard what he is bringing this year.
Neither have I.
So I'm going to go listen over there. Ladies and gentlemen, George Wurzbach.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. So it was a few weeks back. I ran out of things to write songs about. And those of you who heard my songs, you'll probably think that's a good thing. You know? But it happened to be, it was the night before Veterans Day. And, you know, I was thinking about our brave veterans, and their various anthems came to mind, and I was just looking for some inspiration. You're all familiar with their anthems, right? Like the Army starts like this. What was it? Over hills, over dales, as we ride the dusty trail, as the... There you go, there you go. The Marines, which starts like this. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. The Air Force starts like this. Off we go into the wild world yonder flying. What am I missing? Oh, the Navy. The Navy starts like this. Anchors away, all right? Anchors away. There's the Coast Guard. But their anthem is classified, and you can only hear it on a need-to-know basis. But the Freedom of Information Act, that we'll be able to hear it, I think, in 2035. So who am I missing? I'm missing the Space Force. The Space Force. So they don't yet have the ray gun, the death ray. They don't have that yet. And they don't have the photon blasters, but they do have an office in the Pentagon, and now they have an anthem. But I couldn't start it like everything else. It had to be somewhat unique. So it starts like this. There's a part for all you guys, and I think you'll know when it comes up because I'll say this is a part for you guys. No, I won't quite say it that way, but you'll get it. Okay. We're the Space Force. We fight for our nation in space, defending the whole human race, with some exception. We're the Space Force. Our military muscle is huge. We're Americans and we never lose, with some exceptions. In all directions we proudly strut. Hoo-ha! East, west, north, south, and up. We're building a wall around the earth, our most expensive wall as yet. But it closes the border to the universe, and we'll make the Martians pay for it. All right, come on, space cadets. Sound off. Some have said that it's a fact. Truth be told, the earth is flat. Now I see with my own eyes. The earth is round, surprise, surprise. We're up there. Come on. We're up there. Again. We're up there. Sounds like shit, makes it better. We're up there. We're up there. No, that's for you. We're up there. Thank you. One more time. Now keep it going. We're up there. And it's a sight to see. We're up there. Marching in zero gravity. We're up there. Like an early morning star. We're up there. Like a Bill Clinton cigar. I'm sorry. All right. I know I'm gonna get Me Too'd as soon as I walk out of this place. Again, we're up there. We're up there. High above the blue. We're up there. Like Donald Trump's IQ. That's an exception. We're the Space Force, an army that breathes through the nose, boldly going where nobody goes. We're the Space Force, SPACEFORC. E. Thank you.
What did I tell you? And you know the thing is about George is kind of like me as a songwriter. He writes a very what we call evil hook. I'm going to be packing up this shit tonight going, where's this?
That's George Wurzbach. Gotta freshen up my gum. 1 second. So, listen, guys, it's 2 hours and 12 minutes. We've been doing this, and you know me, I would go for 5 hours. Oh, Angela is back. Oh, you know, Angela, I know. Let's all give Angela a giant cyber hug. 2020 is, everybody type it together. Everybody type it together. 2020 is what? A shit show. But we have each other. And I'll tell you what, Angela, we can't physically give you the hug that you deserve and need right at this moment. But you know what we can do physically? It's something that I started doing a while ago. And it's not the same, but it's comforting to know that right at this moment, there's a man in New York that would hug you if I could, and that there are men and women all over the country right now and across the ocean who would give you a hug if they could. That's for real. But this is what we can do. It's something that I selfishly started to do so that I could feel like a part of you. I'm the guy sitting here with the guitar, and there's of course a delay. There's about less on this technology than there was on Crowdcast, but there's still about 10 seconds, 15-second delay from the time that I do this to the time you guys see it. And so, and even going to Facebook, from YouTube to Facebook, it's even longer. But you guys that are on YouTube right now, in the Cool Kids chat, I invented something called the global breath. And so what we do is this. You know when you type something in the chat room, like, oh, Jelly Bean is here. So you would say, like, in 2020, I got Jelly Bean, and that's a beautiful thing, right? And then you type it, and then you hit, what, enter, or send, whatever, and then it pops up in the chat room. What we do is this. We do something called the global breath, and that way I can participate with you. What we do is, I'll count to 3, 1, 2, 3, and everybody breathes together. Goes, okay? But what you guys do for me is this. You type the word breathe in the little window and don't hit enter. Okay? Just type the word, leave it there, and then I'll go 1, 2, 3, and breathe, right? When you breathe, go 1, 2, 3, hit it and enter it as you're taking the breath. Okay? And the reason for that is that I will then wait. And when I see the word breathe in the chat room, I'll breathe with you, because I'll know at that moment I'm taking a breath with all of you beautiful people. And physically, and in real life, even though there are continents between us, even though there's an ocean between some of us, right now, it's not just words, it's not just pixels, it's not just audio and video. We are real human beings right now, sitting in front of computers or on phones or on laptops or tablets. And I'm sitting in front of a piece of glass, right? But we're real human beings, and we really are together on this little blue marble called Earth. So let's do that. Let's do the global breath. And this time, let's all do the global breath so that Angela can feel the hug. Okay? All right? So everybody type the word. Don't hit enter. Just type the word. Oh, let's do this. Instead of the word breathe, type the word hug. And we'll do the same thing, okay? 1, 2, 3, breathe like this. And then hit enter, okay? And then I'll breathe with you guys. Okay, ready? Is everybody ready? Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. And I'll just watch. Thank you, guys. We did that all together. And I got to do it with you. So take that, Angela, tuck it right into your heart. Let's do this song. Right? When your car gets rear-ended, it's a circumstance. It's a circumstance that sucks, but it's a circumstance that is out of our control. But chat this with me. So many things we can't control. So many hurts that happen every day. So many heartaches that pierce the soul. So much pain that won't ever go away. How do we make it better? How do we make it through? What can we do when there's nothing we can do? We can be kind. We can take care of each other. We can remember that deep down inside we all need the same thing. And maybe we'll find, if we are there for each other, that together we'll weather whatever tomorrow may bring. Self-centered fear is an awful state for many today, the state that they live in. But only love can conquer hate. That's the way the world has always been. But how do we make it better? How do we help them see the power to heal is here with you and me? For real. We can be kind. We can take care of each other. We can remember that deep down inside we all need the same thing. And maybe we'll find, if we are there for each other, that together we'll weather whatever tomorrow may bring. And it's not enough to talk about it. It's not enough to sing a song. We must walk the walk about it. You and I, do or die. We've got to try to get along. We can be kind. We can take care of each other. We can remember that deep down inside we all need the same thing. And maybe we'll find, if we are there for each other, that together we'll weather whatever tomorrow may bring. know, we take turns being angels for one another. Who in this chat room sent me this? Can you see that? Pastoroni? Somebody sent me butter and garlic pastoroni. It's 3 minutes with water. You know, you mix it, and it's like a little mac and cheese kind of thing. Who sent me this? Did anybody? Somebody did. There was nothing. There was no card. There was nothing. I got a box with like 6 of these things in it, and it made me smile. It just made me smile. Pastoroni. Who was it? Own up. The RNC sent it. No, you know, back during the Iraq War, it's so funny. Under the George Bush administration, when I first started doing the message board and started releasing songs, and I wrote Common Ground and songs like Tired of Being Lied to and stuff like that, my buddy James Marino, who was one of the evil geniuses behind all this stuff, one of the tech guys, he noticed that the State Department was tracking that guitar man from Central Park. I'm like, oh, come on, guys. Angela, I will send you my address so that you can send me random things. Oh, is Sue Hannah here? Did you see? Is Sweet Sue Hannah here? By the way, seriously, if this is your first time here, please do join us, and so that I can see you guys on Saturday. It's really fun. There's my thatguitarman@yahoo.com. And thatguitarman.com is the place where you can go. Oh, and by the way, if you want to help financially support this, support me, support the gig, it does cost money to have high-speed internet, and it does cost money to keep the lights on. And I'm eating pastoroni now, so I'm good food-wise. But if you want to help out financially, which in the middle of a global pandemic, when what I do for a living, 100% of what I do for a living was taken away, it would help. So Venmo @thatguitarman, or just go to my website and there's a thing that says support. It's just us, and you can go to PayPal. You can use a credit card or your own PayPal account. Anyway, and Jonathan, take care, man. Thanks for showing up. But I wanted to ask if Sue Hannah was here, because I wanted to play she loves a country song. You know what? Let me do this. Let me do a song I wrote. I don't see Sue. Oh, by the way, right now, it just started pouring rain outside. It's been raining all day, but it just started pouring. And when I hear those big raindrops, like that, sometimes they're the size of grapes. When I hear that kind of rain hitting an air conditioner, I know it's an air conditioner, but it sounds like rain on a tin roof. And, or you know what's a really romantic sound? The sound of rain inside a car. I was listening to an audio file of that was recorded of rain, a heavy rain, while you're sitting in a car. That sound is very unique. It's very distinct, and it's incredibly romantic, right? Rain while you're inside a car, hearing the rain hit the roof of the car and the windows and the hood of the car. It it's like a it's kind of like a symphony of sound that is just really amazing. Let me do this song. It's a song I created a track to, and it's one of my new songs. So if you're new here and you haven't heard this, you're not too late to the party. I just wrote it, just recorded it. And again, if there's any lyrics that pop out at you and you want to chat them, go ahead and chat them. I know for a fact that I had that Pretty Denise can sing along with this because I had her jump in and record tracks on this song, and she did great. Dry in a tent, that's another great sound. That's another great sound. Anyway, okay, let's do this song. Yeah! This song is its own kind of romantic. Who, baby, what do you know when things ain't going right? I got a new place I love to go, anytime, day or night. Who, baby, you know what I hear? There's room enough for two, and all my troubles disappear whenever I'm there with you. Oh, darling, what do you say? Our own sweet place to hide, making crazy love in our crazy way, leave the crazy world outside. Sweet chocolate, strawberries, flights of fantasy. Goodness knows that anything goes whenever you're there with me. Don't know if there's a God above, but if there was, I'd thank it, 'cause I found a whole new kind of love under that Mexican blanket. Woo! Well, I've been around the block a time or two. Now's a good time to admit it. We like our loving the way we do. Been there, done that, did it. Hey, pretty girl, I'm pretty sure it don't matter anyhow. So just lose the laundry at the door, and I'll meet you there right now. Don't know if there's a God above, but if there was, I'd thank it, 'cause I found a whole new kind of love under that Mexican blanket.
Let's go.
Don't know if there's a God above, but if there was, I'd thank it, 'cause I found a whole new kind of love under that Mexican blanket. A whole new different kind of love under that Mexican blanket. Woo! Let's go! Yeah! You know what? Let's do this. And then, you know what? I am going to hang out in detention tonight. But it's not the same as Zoom when we can actually see and hear each other. But let me share one more video with you guys. Just a feel-good video. All right, so anyway, so you get the idea. It's perfectly okay to just get up and dance, all right? I don't care if you're dancing in your living room. I don't care if you're dancing on your roof. I don't care if you're dancing on the couch. I don't care. If you're dancing in your underwear, that's a bonus. So you guys ready? You gonna dance? Right now, there's somebody in the Netherlands. There's somebody in Brazil. There's somebody in Maine. There are people in Pennsylvania and I didn't see West Virginia. There's Mr. Robbie is in Switzerland. There's people all up and down the island of Manhattan in New York. There's a guy in Jersey. There's Jan is in Pennsylvania. You guys ready? outcast or be the backlash of somebody's lack of love. Or you can start speaking up. Nothing's gonna hurt you the way the words do when they settle beneath your skin. Kept on the inside, no sunlight, sometimes the shadows win. But I wonder what would happen if you say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Dance, honestly, I wanna see you be brave. I wanna see you, I just wanna see you, wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. I wanna see you, I just wanna see you, wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. Dance. Everybody's been there, everybody's been stared down by the enemy. Falling for the fear and then disappearing, bow down to the mighty. Don't run, stop holding your tongue. Maybe there's a way out of the cage where you live. Maybe one of these days you can let the light in. Show me how big your brave is. Say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave. Innocence, your history of silence won't do you any good. Did you think it would? Let your words be anything but empty. Why don't you tell them the truth? I want you guys dancing and singing. Here we go. Say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave. I wanna see you, I just wanna see you, wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. I wanna see you, I just wanna see you, wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. I wanna see you, I just wanna see you, wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. Yeah! There we go. They can quarantine our asses, right? But they can't stop us from dancing. That was so cool. I love you guys. I love you guys. And I know, Willie, I know you were dancing. And Denise, I know you were dancing. Listen, you know, the little piece of the good feeling that I wanted to share with you guys. I know earlier this week on Facebook, I was writing that we really need to pay attention because it was looking to me, and it still is a possibility, that members of the Republican Party are abandoning all pretense and just looking to demolish American democracy and take over. I don't think that's the case now. I really don't. I think when you see a Mike Pompeo say something as outrageous as he did the other day when he was asked about a peaceful transition of power, and he said, we're expecting a completely peaceful transition to a second Trump administration. That's bone-chillingly outrageous for a Secretary of State to say that. And for a soulless Lindsey Graham to speak out the way he has, or for a Ted Cruz, a spineless jellyfish with no character or honor, like a Ted Cruz, speaking about illegal votes and supporting Donald Trump and all that. And just outrageous, disgraceful behavior. You know what? All of them, Pompeo, Graham, Cruz, they don't want a second Trump administration. They're done. They read the writing on the wall. They know what's happened. They know reality. They're already running for president. They already see 70 million votes that they want in 4 years. And that's what it's about. They'll keep this going up until the last minute, and they will be able to say they were the ones who didn't jump out of the fucking Trump boat as it was sinking. That they went down with the ship because they don't give a rat's ass about Donald Trump, and they don't want a second Trump administration. I truly believe they're already running for president, and they smell 70,000 putrid votes out there. And I think that makes me feel good. When I had that notion, I think that's what's going on. So, so that's my thought. Aloha, Samara. But just in case, we're going to sing this song that that Karen suggested. And I'm always delighted when somebody asks for a song that is outrageous and I should never even think about playing it. And I have the freedom to make an ass out of myself and play it anyway. I did that with I did that when I gave Teresa Piece of My Heart. I said, let's just try it. And everybody loved it. And Teresa, of course, made that song her own somehow. And so different songs that I've said, fuck, Karen asked for this song, and I did it, and you guys loved it, and I loved playing it. So let's do this, and we'll do one or two more songs, and then I'm going to detention. I might make some pastaroni. Who sent this? Hey, wait a minute. I'll have to save one of these. Maybe we'll play it at the concert. You think so, Karen? We'll be fighting in the streets with our children at our feet, and the morals that they worship will be gone. And the man who spurred us on sits in judgment of all wrong. They decide, and the shotgun sings the song. Tip my hat to the new Constitution. Take a bow for the new revolution. Smile and grin at the change all around. Pick up my guitar and play just like yesterday. Then I get on my knees and pray. We won't get fooled again. The change it had to come. We knew it all along. We were liberated from the fold that You guys weren't fooled. Oh, by the way, whoever it was, thank you so much for the pastaroni. But Lori in Pennsylvania, you know, I just mentioned last weekend that I was gonna have to buy a camera because Dean uses these cameras for his work. Some of them not often, but he uses these cameras, and he's the kind of man that I was in need, and he showed up. So, but I want to get these cameras back to him as soon as I possibly can. So I just mentioned that this week, just gonna bite the bullet and get a good HD camera. And Lori showed right up and said, "Let me help." And so did Jan. And so did several of you other people. Thank you so much. Without really being asked, you just said, "Here's a little something to help with the camera." Willie always shows up. I mean, you got all of you guys. It's remarkable. Angela, way too much. You got your own problems, darling. But thank you. Denise, all of you, Allie, Rhea, you all, every single person. Even people that I know that it might hurt a little bit to send a few dollars to that guitar man from Central Park. If it hurts, please don't do it. But if you can, please know how much I appreciate it. As much as it helps pay the bills, it helps my heart to know that what I do has value. Some people say the way I live is backwards. They don't know how a full-grown man can live this way. If people say the way I live is backwards, then I'm aware that I don't care what people say. Some scratch their heads at my determination to live each day the way I truly feel, paying close attention to my own imagination, yeah, while imagining the best becoming real. Well, here I am. This is me, trying to live without regret, so you can bet what you get is what you see. 'Cause what we hold as true isn't always what it seems. I hope you love your life. Mine gets made in my dreams. In the second verse, we talk about Albert. I'm going to share something with you from our friend Albert. Some people say I live my life like some damn hippie, and that day and age is gone and out of sight. But if a world of peace and love is what those kids were dreaming of, in many ways, those damn hippies had it right. It's not up to me to say that there's a right or wrong way. We're all free to live whatever life we choose. But you'd be mistaken to believe that I am weak or I'm naive. Life is too damn short and there's no time to lose. So here I am, just standing in the line. is right is what we hold as true is almost never what it seems. I hope you love your life. Mine gets made in my dreams. I truly hope you love your life. Mine was made in my dreams. That's right, Karen. And the old boy was right. Could not figure out a way to get that into the song. So thanks for chatting it. If you guys know the, a lot of you know the story. When I was writing that song, I really wanted to get that in the lyric. Syllables, Mick, syllables. So listen, our boy Einstein said this. Now, Albert, for being a genius, was still a human being, and the species just hasn't evolved enough. We're brand new at this consciousness thing. We're brand new. We just crawled out of the swamp, you know? And, you know, maybe 100,000 years ago, started to develop these frontal lobes that actually allowed us to be a collection of molecules that knows it's a collection of molecules. That's remarkable. And yet we just got here. We just got here. We're new at this. So when every so often when the Wayne Dyers come along, the Louise Hayes come along, the Course of Miracles comes along, and the Rhonda Burns, and the Secret comes along, and the Jesus comes along, the Moses comes along. The David Ippolito comes along and says, just like everyone before, I'm just guessing. Einstein was just guessing. But this is a really good guess. A human being is a part of the whole called by us universe. A part which is limited in time and space. We experience ourselves, our thoughts, our feelings, as something separated from the rest, from the whole. But it's a kind of optical delusion of my own consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. That's a really good guess. Because nothing matters other than creation. I'm sure when the Romans built their mighty buildings and temples and cities, and they weren't imagining it being reduced to rubble and dust. Entire civilizations have been blown away. The desert has reclaimed her own. I look out at New York City, It will not be here one day. This city will not be. It will not be. It will not exist. So I think I'm going to enjoy the rest of today. I think I'm going to try to do my job better. And remember, the most important part is not disturbing the comfortable. The most important part is comforting the disturbed. I'll see some of you in detention. The rest of you guys, if you're not a member of Patreon, please go to thatguitarman.com and join us so you can just hang out with us in Zoom every Saturday, okay? Every weekend. Or even when we do some special Zoom shows once in a while. And it's a beautiful thing when you can see each other. Like here, today, you're all just names, right? But just looking at that Zoom, there's Denise, and there's Elle, and cute Judy, and my buddy Derek, lovely Sonara in Brazil, Dave Hayase. There's Mama Allie, Marcy and Stuart, Jana. Oh, by the way, Jana, you have to send me video and photos of Jelly Bean so that I can share them, even in these hangs. All right. There's Cheetah and Angelique and Mr. Robbie and oh man, Allison and David and. All right, Jana? So would you do that? Send me some video and some photos of Jelly Bean. Because 2020 is a shit show. Everybody needs a Jelly Bean. It takes a life to realize what life is all about. Good night, Bob. Life is all about this moment. I'm here with you. Now that we're through, what secrets did I tell? Did you get to know me well in this moment? How fast these gigs fly. Song after song goes rushing by. I won't pretend that time has been my friend. Fuck, Einstein said it was a prison. I bring my songs to sing my songs for you until the end. And as I live these days, I'm grateful for all the ways that brought us here to praise this moment. This moment. How soon, too soon, the seasons fly. I see my life go rushing by. I only hope that time will be your friend. We live a life to live a life of love. I know you see. I know you all agree. 'Cause you're hanging out with me. But I only this moment. Hey guys, nothing lasts forever, even though it feels sometimes like these shows will. But whoever sent the pastaroni, thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go hang out in detention. You guys, and I'm always pointing over there because that's where the desk is, and that's where I moved the laptop to sit there. So would you guys? I'm going to play the usual little. Oh, by the way, Mike, did you see yourself in that video? I'm gonna dig up some more video, and we're gonna have a blast on Saturday. I'm gonna try to isolate some of you guys in the crowd. We were so much younger than. No, actually, we were so much older than. I'm younger than that now, but physically, it's just a blast to see us all 20 years ago. That day, that particular day. Anyway, so what I'm gonna do is. I'm going to go make one of these. It takes 3 minutes in the microwave, and then I got to stir some shit and stuff. So you guys just entertain yourselves and talk to each other, and I'll see you then in detention. I'll see some of you, a few of you, in detention, and then I'll see everybody else back here on Saturday, right? Guys, thank you so much. Dean, without you, this isn't happening. This isn't happening. So everybody thank Dean. This is his camera. And thank you all. Seriously, thank you so much. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Love you guys.
fire is not as warm as it should be, and the night is much too silent this year, and there's no reason to go to Central Park in the snow. You're not in my arms this Christmas. This whole city is not as pretty as it could be. It used to sparkle like the stars when you were here. Now all the colored lights down Broadway just don't shine the same way. You're not in my arms this Christmas. This season, there's no reason for trimming a tree. There's no angel in my home if you're not there. There'll be no candles glowing, no mistletoeing, miles between us knowing we should be Christmas Eving together. Just missing us kissing outside in the cold. We would keep each other warm with just a smile. But now my aching heart's breaking with the thought of waking up Christmas morning without you beside me. But Christmas night will be exciting as it should be, 'cause the fire will burn brightly when you're here. Then hand in hand we'll both go through Central Park in the snow. When you're in my arms next Christmas, please be in my arms. Those clowns in Congress keep pointing to a fear of Mexican busboys. Must be an election year. All of a sudden, it's an urgent problem. Must think we're stupid. Then again, maybe we just might be. Come on, baby, don't fear the busboys from the other side.
This is a lot of really cool people. You know what? Last year, and if I meant it last year, I mean it tenfold this year. She's a marriage of extremes. She's a geometric maze. If nights too loud for dreams and 27-hour days. And often when it seems that she's just stumbling in a daze, still she won't slow down. Some say she's uninviting, uncaring and uncouth. Some say that she's cold and long forsaken by her youth. But all these lies about her can't be further from the truth. They don't know my town. I feel the heart that's beating in New York City with the warmth of the people that I found. They're the kind who love to live and have so much love to give, but are strong enough to turn this world around. And when I need to know the meaning of romance, and I give them half a chance, they never let me down. See, it's the people that you meet that are the breath and the heartbeat of this great old town. There's nothing like the sparkle of her skyline after dark. Dreamers and adventurers come here to make their mark. And yet in a New York minute, you can be in Central Park, where the world stands still. I've done a lot of traveling, from Key Biscayne to Nome. There's something about each place to love, no matter where I roam. But I can't wait to get back to her. I call New York my home, and I always will. 'Cause I hear the love song you're singing in New York City. It's a symphony, it sounds like rock and roll. And in the subways, in the streets, there's a rhythm that beats until it beats up every heart and every soul. 8 million different voices joining in here. All those who've never been here blindly put her down. But I don't care what they think of her, 'cause I live here and I love her, and she's my I'll see you in about 10 minutes, all right?